have baseball. Oh, we are over here. Oh, okay. Really switched in here, because usually I sit over here. I'm all the way over here. Oh, okay.
That's right, the big old girl.
You're so very underrated. Nico, I think it's to leave room for all of the audience. Okay. There's only, no, you have to. How many do we usually have? I know that's fine. But we're usually back, we're usually back in the year. You know, yeah. So they have to, yeah, you're right. Billboard has never been out.
Yeah. We need it when you.
You got a phone line, Evan?
Wait, so are you sitting
Yeah.
Oh.
Maricela? Did you, were you able to get a phone number?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Kind of got a workaround after you can call.
all the way over here?
But they can't call out, so I had to use.
They moved it.
Yeah.
All right.
I had to call them and invite.
Are you guys gonna swivel to?
Not yet, they're working on some cameras. Oh, I don't know, will he rotate when they talk? Will he rotate the cameras to them when they talk? Okay. All right, yeah. Yeah, we're actually, we've already ordered the one that goes right underneath the monitor that faces this way. And we talked about adding one somewhere so they can, yeah.
But no, when I want to.
Yeah. I had to join the video. I would keep on it. I don't have another tripod. Which is not that camera.
Yeah.
Put the tripod over there. Oh, wait, the tripod over there and then we'll flip over after closed session.
Public comments won't be for a little bit.
Move it over.
Yeah, because we're gonna do presentation, after presentations, if you wanna move it over.
Well, after.
So just swivel it.
Yeah,
Yeah, just straight, yeah.
Let me sit over there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Motion to approve the agenda for the regular board meeting of April 25th. I do have two corrections to the consent calendar. On the consent calendar, item number 7.6, Lakeland Induction Program Services contract changed from a Title III to a Title IV. And then item number 5.1, fiscal year 23-24, COLA and QI application, HS/EHS, rationale changed from effective July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, through July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024.
Move to approve the agenda regular board meeting, April 25, 2023, with the two corrections.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, second.
Second.
Seconded by Board Member
Yeah,
Rivera.
I was just gonna ask, can all the board, anyone on the board, please, if you're, when you speak or vote, turn on your mic so that the public out in the hallways can hear?
I don't have a mic.
Thank you. Make sure you speak into it.
Okay, open session.
You didn't do roll call for that vote.
Huh?
Didn't do
Oh,
roll
can I have a roll call for agenda?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, moving forward, the Pledge of Allegiance, this is, Bustamante? Can you lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Better, thank you. Place your right hand over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. Before I begin, if you have something to say or something you'd like to share, please direct it to Alexandra. She will let me know. Please, let's not just give any shout outs, okay? Thank you, please. Okay, so, student board representative report.
Sandwich Elementary announcement. Sandwich scholars and teachers returned from spring break and have been hard at work, learning new concepts and with iReady diagnostic testing. We have seen growth in the areas of math and reading on the iReady diagnostics from trimester 1 to trimester 3. Our kinder students who took it for the first time did well, with a 41% at or above grade level in reading and 36% at or above grade level in math, and no kinder students below grade level in either area. Our Randwick scholars are now gearing up for our district centers in the coming weeks, and teachers have been working hard to prepare them. Many of our classes have been going on college field trips as well. We recently had our monthly family circle where we recognized and celebrated 28 students of the month for academics and behavior. We also had our Eat Out Night at Raising Cane's, sponsored by ASB. Next week, ASB will be sponsoring our spring boutique on May 5th. We will be having vendors and entertainment, and we hope you come out and support us. Don Julian Elementary announcement. Don Julian has college prep night on Thursday, April 27th to share college information with parents and families. SBAC Pep Rally on Tuesday, May 2nd. We will be celebrating 171 students who met the Exceed or Meet Standards category from 2022 SBAC testing. We have 13 English learner students reclassified this year. Our amazing PTA has sponsored the following field trips this month. Kindergarten to Amy's Farm, first grade to California Science Center, grade to STEM Day at Dodger Stadium, 8th grade to Crystal Cove State Park. We just completed our iReady diagnostic number 3. Kinder Roundup days at Don Julian, May 5th, 19th, and 26th at 8:30 a.m. State staff and some BUSC staff will attend Teacher Appreciation Day at Dodger Stadium Sunday, April 30th. Bob London will be on field trip prior to this game to be recognized by the Dodgers. Sports Middle School announcements. Trojan scholars have been super busy working and gearing up for our SBAC testing season. We have been preparing students through the interim assessment block and other resources. Our Trojans have participated in our garden club, after-school sports, tutoring, and musical keyboard classes. We had a very successful open house showcase where students were able to show what they have been learning through various. We continue to work on refining our PBIS system and encourage all of our students to exemplify being safe, responsible, and respectful. It was a great day to be a Trojan. Lucas Elementary announcement. Lucas Elementary is very proud of our recent celebration of our PTA Reflections Contest winners. We are so excited to announce that we had over 16 entries and had 12 contest winners. Each of them was present for our dinner and celebration last Wednesday, along with our PTA and teachers. Way to go, Sunday Tiger. We are also happy to feature Bassett USC and community through our celebration of Vehicle Day last week and Career Day last month. There are opportunities for all grade levels so students may be exposed to a variety of careers. Vehicles are a great talking point and segue to careers.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to staff presentation recognition. Torch Middle School, 2023 California Schools to Watch, Model Middle School.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board and the community. I wanted to ask if Dr. Maldonado, the principal for Torch Middle School, could come up and talk a little bit about this recognition. As a reminder, the Torch Middle School received the California, was on the list of the California Schools to Watch for California. For this year, 2023, there were 77 schools that were recognized. My understanding is Torch Middle School in the past has received this recognition. So I wanted to just congratulate them and have the principal say a little bit about the work that went into putting this together. It wasn't easy because obviously you have to meet certain criteria, and on top of that, it's a long application process, and on top of that, there's also a site visit, walking through classrooms and interviewing staff, parents, and students. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Maldonado.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent, Executive Cabinet. I'm here with my staff. I'm super excited to share with you that we were recognized as a California and a National Schools to Watch. I can't say that it was amazing, but definitely our team came together and really aligned what does it mean to be a Trojan. From the staff, right, to our students. So we are focusing on our social emotional health of our students as well as our academic health of our students, and really ensuring that our school is a place where a student, we look at a student not just as a number, but as a whole child. We're really thinking about the academics, social emotional, the future, looking at college and career and different things through our PLTW program. So we are a school to watch, and we are definitely working hard, but I would have to say that work was possible through myself. Our staff is working hard. We revamped our PBIS program. We went through a PBIS walkthrough today, so we're definitely moving forward. Much, but it wouldn't be possible without the support of all of you.
So thank you. I want to recognize the certificates that were sent by the California Department of Education. So I want to come over here for Torch Middle School, principal, staff, and everyone. This is for your school site to put up on there. We also got 2 additional ones, one for the district, for the members of the board. So just want to again congratulate the site, the staff, and everyone for making it happen as possible. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
They're the same.
Do you want this? Okay. To that end, I'd like to say it was a great honor. Back in, what day was it? Was it March? It was in March. Board Member Rivera and I had the opportunity to go spend some time with the team when we were up in Monterey. We'll always have Monterey. It was a great time spending with the staff. It's just such a dynamic, energetic team there. So thank you so much for all that you're doing. Okay, at this time, I would like to recognize Council Member David Argudo as our special guest. And we have Bob Lindsay, City Manager. Thank you so much for attending. The podium is yours.
Madam President and distinguished board members, my name is David Argudo. I'm a city council member. I've served in 2019 with a 2-year break. Today I'm here to, first, congratulations on the award today, but I'm here today to just express my gratitude on working with some of you in leadership. Look forward to working with everyone here in leadership as we expand some programs. And I wanted to highlight some things that we've been doing in collaboration with the superintendent, with the president, and a couple of board members here. First of all, one of the things that we've done is we were trying to beautify our city. So some of the things that were happening that we quickly started working on was the tree wells. The tree wells around Bassett High School, they're all overgrown. So, you know, communications with staff, board members, collaboration, we were able to quickly and now be on top of that and maintain those, what I call the PROWs, the public right-of-ways. So I look forward to working with you guys. Other things that we've done that we have expanded personally and helped move, we have a scholarship in the city of La Puente. So for all the students that attend Bassett High School, whether they live in the city or not, they qualify. We changed the policy to make them qualify for these grants. I mean, they're little grants, they'll buy a few books, but this last year we gave $1,000 grants to the students that applied. So I encourage you guys to pass that word. It's still open right now for applications, and they could get it at the community center. Another thing that we have done is leadership in conjunction with some board members and through the superintendent's office. We're looking at creating open spaces. How do we collaborate and create some open spaces? So today I wanted to continue that spirit of collaboration. I wanted to introduce my city manager and also wanted to thank Amadeo. The reason I'm here today is because Amadeo Rodriguez reached out, a member of the Personnel Commission, who wants to recognize the teachers and staff's efforts. Classified staff, but at the same time, I believe that this is open to everyone to participate within the district. So they're doing a recognition to recognize them, and they're having a dinner or a luncheon, and we are the city of La Puente, based on some discretionary funds that I had, we are contributing $1,000 towards that. So today, I was just stopping by just to drop off $1,000. We have our council meeting today as well, so we're kind of rushing, but I'm gonna yield the floor, if it's all right with the president, to my city manager so he can speak a little bit about the collaboration that's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Argudo. I do appreciate that. And I recognize many of you here from your attendance at our events, and I really, really do appreciate your coming out. Thank you for supporting the city. And on the same token, as Councilman Argudo stated, we want to be sure that we do the same for your unified school district. It's very important. Dr. Alvarez, I cannot thank you enough for the liaison that we have and for all of the things that we will have already accomplished, but that we will in the future. It's very important that we keep this collaboration together for all the programs. We have job programs in the city. Please, if you have any questions about that, we have jobs for all sorts of persons. It doesn't matter where they live, inside the city, outside the city, but we put them actually to work in our maintenance yard and in youth jobs and in all over the city. So please consider that. But again, I wanted to thank you for the collaboration we've had already. There are many things that we're intending to do, just like the area right outside this district, where we hope that will someday be a very, very nice park for people in both communities to come and visit in collaboration with the county. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
So thank you, everybody. I think now it's appropriate to say our goodbyes and drop off the check. So you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember David Agudo and Bob Minkus for making the donation to the PC Personnel Commission, and primarily to the classified staff on Madison High School.
Okay, thank you. Moving right along, Bassett High School Mesa program.
Thank you, Board President. If I can ask Bassett High School to come up here. If most of you remember, not too long ago at the beginning of the school year, we brought to the board a contract agreement to bring the MESA program to Bassett High School. And it really focuses on providing opportunities for the students there to be involved in really the math, engineering, science. So they actually have had several competitions. So is there anyone here from Bassett High School? I think is Ms. Carell or Mr. Carrillo? I think Mr. Carrillo is going to be here. They can't hear out there.
I saw Mr. Carrillo out there. That's Joe Carrillo, right?
No, not Joker. Bassett High School? No? Okay, Ms. Carell? All right, they may be running late, so we'll come back if they get here. Thank you.
Okay, when they get here, we'll go ahead and we'll add them. The next one is Expanded Learning Opportunities Program.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board and the community. Dr. Kennard's going to step in up here. She's going to do a presentation on two funding grants and ongoing that came to school districts. One of them a result of legislative action, and another one is a result of the voters approving Prop 28 regarding funding for arts music programs. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Kennard to talk about, oh, I'm sorry, this is the other one. Sorry, this is ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. Another grant that was provided by the state to school districts to offer additional after-school and non-instruction-based instruction. The district has operated this year. As we prepare for next year, we'd like to bring a presentation on some of the changes that we have looking forward to, starting with the program in July. Sorry.
Good evening, Board President, board members, superintendent, and members of the community. I'd like to introduce Mr. Jesse Durkin, who will be from Think Together, who will be presenting with me. So we want to begin with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program and some basic information regarding the program. Ed Code 46120 describes the program as an enrichment program for after-school and intersession days. This program is for grades K through 6, and a little bit of a definition regarding expanded learning opportunities. This definition describes providing opportunities to engage pupils in enrichment, play, nutrition, and other developmentally appropriate activities. So two of the items that the district must do, we must offer, and we must provide access. So districts must offer after-school and intersession non-school ELO programs to all of our UPP students in grades TK. They also are required to provide access to all of the programs with Comcast. And some details about the program. They are required to be 9-hour days. They're required to be 9-hour days, and they are 30 additional non-school days. So during the regular school day, a student can start school, and it includes their regular instructional minutes, it includes their recess, and then it would include their lunch and then their after-school time. So it's a total of a 9-hour day. And then we go on to non-instructional days. That's what we would have during spring break or summertime. And there's 30 of those days that we will provide a program for students. The staff to pupil ratio is 1 to 20 for grades 1 to 6, or 1 to 10 for grades 2K and K. Funding is based on our ADA, and a daily snack and meal is required as part of the program. And now, Mr. Durkin.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent and cabinet. Again, my name is Jesse Durkin. I'm the general manager for Think Together in the Santa Fe Springs region, which includes some districts in the San Gabriel Valley as well as Bassett and Mountain View. And I have now been here since August. Before that, I worked in expanded learning for 10 years with LAUSD, with an AmeriCorps program called City Year, and I would like to share just a few brief updates before going into the details of the summer program. I sent you all an email with some highlights and pictures as well, but I wanted to.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Excuse me, we have a lot of noise coming out from the foyer area. Can we please respect the speaker that is at the mic? Not, I'm just asking, please, keep your. Do I need to go out there?
Pretty good. Can you try it again? Can you test?
My mic is on.
Test, test. Can you hear that out there? Test, test.
Sorry, Matt, stop.
Is that one?
Speaking to it.
Test, 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 test. Test, okay. Can you check to make sure that mic is on?
Does this help at all?
Yeah, they hear it outside. Can you hear it outside when you speak?
I'll try to.
Yeah, raise the voice, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry about that.
That's all right. Thank you so much. So we've been working really hard on really focusing on program quality in our after-school programs. While we still have a ways to go, I do believe we've made a lot of progress. So things like consistent observation and coaching, school leadership communication, improving lesson facilitation and student engagement strategies, tightening up our procedures and routines, making sure students feel safe, welcome, and have a positive learning environment after school. I did want to play a brief video that I made myself. I was going to play a Think Together board-wide, statewide promotional video, but I chose to play this video that we made just in our region, which highlights Nelson, our quality assurance coach that has been working in Bassett for the past 9 years. He's also here to help answer any questions you have. But I lead a staff of nearly 300 individuals across the 5 districts, and there's a lot of work that has been going in this year. And so I wanted to play this video. It's only 2 minutes long. Whoever's running the PowerPoint can press play on the picture. On the bottom toolbar. Program quality, we all say about Okay. Thought this was going to be a long shot, tech-wise. Anyways, it goes on to share some of the things that students are doing in their after-school programs, but definitely check out my email as well with some highlights. We are excited to bring some of this into summer. And so as Dr. Kennard shared, the state has made historic investments in this ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, nearly $5 billion to spend. And I think together we want to make sure that we are asking for what we can deliver on. And so I know in the past, we haven't been able to serve over summer. I've worked really hard with my team and Dr. Kennard to make sure that we are putting together a proposal that we feel like we can deliver on. And so that's what you have before you. So I'm going to go over some of the details of what we would do during the summer program, and then I'll open it up to any questions. The program components include STEM curriculum, visual and performing arts, healthy living, physical activity, keyboarding, Microsoft Office training, and 2 off-site field trips and 2 mobile on-site field trips. To go a little bit more into depth of what the curriculum looks like, so we're going to be using the STEM More curriculum. STEM More, as you can see up here, is a hands-on project-based learning curriculum where students work in groups, and it is aligned to Common Core standards. Every student takes a model. We're also going to be exploring the full option science systems curriculum where students are learning about sound, acoustics, vibration, with different interactive lesson plans. There will also be
in our visual and performing arts, leveraging the Moxie Box curriculum, which is an art curriculum for grades K through 8. The kits contain lesson plans tailored to different grade levels, elementary and middle, with daily lesson plans with various themes culminating in keepsake for students. And PS Arts, another project-based learning curriculum with student kits where students are creating projects, and Scholastic's visual and performing arts curriculum centered around physical movement, dance, and creative expression. We are also still exploring some additional partnerships that we have to ramp up our visual and performing arts offerings even further. And then we will be taking 2 field trips off campus and then 2 mobile field trips. So we're going to jam pack all of this into 12 days. And we are excited to have very robust programming for, it is 9 hours a day, so we have time to fill it up, but we're going to fill it up so that we're making the most of students' time and really giving you all the thing for your buck that students deserve. So I'll open it up for questions, and then Nelson, if you can come up here. Oh, it's more slides. Yes, some other things. We're also going to be bringing in our Healthy Living America's Test Kitchen, where students will learn different recipes and do some cooking, and Fulcrum, which is a team-building curriculum where students learn problem solving and work together to the sample schedule, like so. And sign-in breakfast, opening activity, the STEM curriculum, followed by physical activity curriculum. We would alternate with Fulcrum and computer literacy would be after lunch, followed by the visual and performing arts activities, healthy living, and then closing. In terms of more logistics, I will also say that we are still open to more input on these programming components, and look forward to working with good, but with that, I'm talking, open it up to questions.
I was wondering, within the American Test Kitchen, which I do have to applaud you on the organization of this, where they structured, I think it's very tight schedule, very doable. But does it incur any more insurance for the children?
I'm not an expert on the insurance policy, but I know we use this across hundreds of schools across the state, and our insurance does cover it. So,
We also adjust depending on the district's expectation. So if some lessons wouldn't work in Bassett, we would adjust it so that they have certain lessons that would work here. Every district goes different.
There are no questions? Oh, go.
My question is, I see for 5 sites, I'm assuming that's the elementary, middle school. Is there any intention to do something similar at Bassett High School?
Unfortunately, these funds are specific to K through 6. But they do run the assets program there during the school year. And
it actually, the grant allows us to continue over the summer. So Nelson is actually working on continuing Bassett High program over the summer. If you want to speak briefly to that.
Yeah, so the assets program, because the assets grant itself is really wide and it can serve a lot of the purposes. Summer is one of the things that we're allowed to do through the grant. So we already have that in practice for 7 years now since we've had the grant. And Ms. Cervantes and our program, our leaders and our secretaries are actually working on that already. So it's not a if, it's a more of what's going to happen. So they're already planning that, and we're going to have some exciting things to do the high school as well. Summer is my personal favorite part of the summer at high school, so I'm excited to see what they have.
And I'll also say the funding is prioritized for TK through 6, and we'll definitely work with Dr. Connect, Dr. Alvarez before we make any moves. But I will say in other districts, what we've done is we've made it available and looked at the timeline of enrollment. And if we're not hitting the numbers, we are able to open it up to 7 available to TK through 6. That's something we can look into and just make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing the T's. The legislative requirements, but we have opened it up to 7.
And just for the board's knowledge, we do have several of the funds that carried over from the first year when school districts really had difficulty in challenging implementing. so we could incorporate it maybe for year two, and depending how the yearly funding goes, into some of those other grades.
Is there a limit of number of students that you take into the program?
We created the
Like grade
proposal
level?
for 300 students daily, so not total enrollment, but daily attendance across the schools. And there is an option if we see widespread, interest, to increase that number, but 300 students daily, Nelson feels confident we can that number, be talked to.
I was thinking that would be highly doable. My prior to the pandemic, and we ran classes sitting like here, and they are super, and kids are eager to take, and I'm going to be walking through these classes. They'll be doing that.
Yeah, we look forward to it. And the hours itself, I think, are still, important for the parents and the students. It's so accessible, 8 to 5. I think that's what makes us feel very confident that we can, have the students there.
We have a lot of quality staff ready to serve that have been, some of them working with Bassett for many years, and are eager and ready.
So I can add to that point, this is not just gonna be great for our students, it's also gonna be for our staff, because a lot of our staff is homegrown. We have a lot of Bassett High alumni that are not only our program leaders, but our site coordinators. I've been here for 9 years. There's a lot of people that have been in the staff that have been here for multiple years, that have been hoping that one day we, were able to serve, through the Taylor summer. And they're very excited that this is a proposal that we're having, and we're excited to be the provider for the summer, because we want to, serve our own community that are coming. I know the staff is like super excited if we are to have it here.
Any other questions? Nope. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, if we can go back, we have Bassett High School Mesa program.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Castillo to come in. He's been working with the high school to implement the MESA program. I did mention a little bit about the program, and so Mr. Castillo's been working with the students. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to him. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told we had a.
Yes, he's bringing it up right now.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry for being late. I'm giving a different time, but we're here, so glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. So the PowerPoint loads up. Again, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a math teacher at the high school. I've been there 22 years. I'm also currently the MESA advisor. And so in MESA, we try to encourage students to pursue an engineering field. And that's the purpose of the MESA program, to serve our communities such as ours. And so this year I was able to get 20 students from the high school to register for MESA. And if you can, on the, so I click on it?
No.
So here you can just see that MESA is currently at 350 middle and high schools across the state. It's at 40 community colleges and at 13 universities. Currently, it serves 24,000 students throughout California, with 25 of them being at Bassett High School. The way that it works at the high school to encourage them to pursue engineering is by holding spring project competitions. And these competitions emphasize the engineering design process. Also, MESA partners with big companies such as Boeing, Google, Oracle, PG&E, and Southern California, and others. So it kind of creates a bridge for our students to maybe one day end up working for companies such as those. I have to point somewhere? Oh, they think it'd be updated. And this slide here, this is just kind of going over the engineering design process, which is what the focus is, so the students work on this as they complete their projects. And in this slide, you get, I should have ended. The second bubble. On the second.
Next again.
There you go. In this slide, you get to see some of the other schools in our area that work with Cal State LA and that we get to compete against. And so you see a large list of the surrounding schools in our area. There's also a list of middle schools that I wasn't able to list here, so I think it'd be a great idea if at some point I could partner with a middle school teacher and get that started at the middle school, so that when the students come up to the high school, they're ready to take on bigger projects and be able to even be more successful than we were this year. There's two main events for Mesa that we go through in the year. One of them is called a Mesa Kickoff event, and the other one is Mesa Day event. This year is the Mesa Kickoff event, where the idea is to invite students so they get to hear from Boeing engineers, talk about their journey and what they've gone through and how they got to be engineers now because of their participation in Mesa. And so there's other things that goes on, so I'm gonna let Melanie tell you a little bit more about that.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melanie Paran, and I am a sophomore at Mesa High School. So I am a member of the Mesa Club, and I'm here to tell you guys about my experience at Mesa. So like Mr. Castillo explained, so I was one of the students who attended the Mesa Kickoff event, and it was really neat to talk about. It was really neat to hear about the current Boeing engineers share about their personal stories. And their journey of how they got there. And at the event, there were many floors of engineering labs at Cal State LA. And I remember that there was an event of where I guess they were building something about it. And it kind of piqued my interest and got me pointed into the direction of pursuing electrical and mechanical engineering. So I'm really glad that I did go to that event because now I found a major that I am really interested in. And I'm also really proud of one of the groups from Bassett that placed first place for the rocket launch. And after seeing them, I did research and found out that there is a need for more Latinx engineers. So I'm hoping that in the area that we live in, that we could be able to have a future for that, and that more people like myself could also be a part of this.
There's a short video of one of the labs that our students attended, and there were different labs going on at the same time. In this lab, they were Cal State engineers are working on a glove that does sign language that will allow people to communicate between people that can't speak or hear, and with the movement of this. And so students got to tour that and talk about and see what goes on at Cal State LA. As well as, she went to different they're doing a card that would be for law enforcement, that would have all kinds of stuff, that would tell cops exactly where things are going at the moment, so they can try to help the community better. So, this is the other main event, Mesa Day.
Yeah. So this is the bigger event, the Mesa Day event, and there are 7 competitions, and ones that are highlighted are ones that we participated in. So me personally and me and my group, we did the Mesa machine, and so and you can see an image. It's you can see the design of my process, and there was a lot that went into it, so many ideas and thoughts, and there were many errors, but there were some successes. Although my team did not place, there were a couple of other teams from Bassett that did place. So such as Fernando. So I will hand it off to him.
Thanks for your time. My name is Fernando Abrica, and I was one of the people who actually managed to place in the Mesa competition. Me and my teammate actually worked really hard to try and get to first place for our. Sadly, we didn't get first place, but we did get second place in creativity and design, which was a really good surprise for us. But it was a really good incentive for us to keep working together. We looked around all the campus, and it was really nice. We got to explore different groups that were related to STEM projects and different method competitions in different schools and other people competing. We also noticed that there was a lot of middle schoolers that they were competing against each other for different competitions besides the ones we signed up for. We found that very interesting, and we managed to stay there and see a little bit of them. We also managed to compete in other competitions like the cargo glider, in which we got, if you see the other slide, we also managed to get third place for the cargo glider. And then a couple of other people from our team managed to get the second place award for overall performance and for the aesthetics book. I think this was a wonderful project and wonderful program that we managed to be a part of, and I think that it should be something that we should consider for other younger people in a younger group. Once again, thank you for your time, and thank you for all this pleasure of being here. Thank you, sorry.
Any questions?
When was Mesa Day and when will it be next year?
It's always in March, and so, it was the third week of March, say March 19th, it's around March 19th. That's Mesa Day. The kickoff event is always in October, and that's where everybody's invited, and again, the goal is to get kids interested in the program, and then, Mesa Day is the big day, because that's where the competitions take place. And so,
Is it a Saturday?
they're both Saturdays, yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, and so, here, I think we could have had even greater success. One of the issues that we had with being a small school is that there are 25 students that are registered, but, only 14 were able to go to Mesa Day because the others are part of the band, and there was a parade on that same day. And so then they weren't able to, they wanted to come, but they weren't, they were conflicted where, which one do I go to? At the end, they had to go to band. So, it's something that when I meet, we meet once a month with, the other advisors at Cal State LA, and I'm hoping we can maybe bring some of those issues up so that there's a way they can work around conflicts like that so that everybody that signs up can attend. So,
That's outstanding. Dr. Alvarez, can we possibly get, a big vinyl sign saying that we have Mesa award winners and put it up prominently on 20 Avenue, because this is huge. This is a big deal. And you guys are taking big steps towards your future. It's in such a profound field. So
right.
What you can do is amazing.
Yeah, I agree. It was a big accomplishment, especially, the students put a lot of work into it. There was a lot of, staying till 6, 7 sometimes, especially leading to that day. And so I know they worked really hard and at the same time trying to keep on top of everything else that they do. So, there's, I know there's other students after they heard what we were able to do that have expressed interest. And so they're saying next year, let us know so we can join. So, I think it's just going to keep growing and get bigger and bigger. I know the goal is to, as far as Cal State LA is, the goal is to have 50 students, but, if we can get more. San Gabriel is huge. They have a lot of students. And so I hope we can, keep them the next competition. So.
Just keep Wilson.
Hey, Mr. Castillo, first and foremost, thank you. Thanks for doing this. We really appreciate this. We love, I think I think we asked the whole board, we love to see our kids achieving, and I think I the whole board. Whatever we can do to help, let us know. Helping fund students or anything, please let us know. I'll be the first one to do that. That's honestly, the Latino or Latinx community is highly underrepresented in engineering, mathematics, fields, and we all know that. The fact that you're pushing this, awesome. I started doing a little bit of research. I know you're speaking as well. Mesa is also partnership with USC.
Yes.
I know Cal State LA is a good
Whatever.
I know it. I think you're feeling as well.
Yes.
So, I mean, you get the kiddos to understand.
Okay, what other
there's
colleges?
different opportunities as well. And, it's,
Drop.
I want USC, so I'm always going to advocate for USC, of course. But that being said, at the end of the day, we do appreciate this. I was looking at it like, it creates this pipeline, high school to college for underrepresented communities. So I grew up in a community like that, so I really appreciate the work you're doing and helping our kiddos. And the kiddos for being here and sounding eloquently while speaking, but thank you for being here. I appreciate that.
Well, it is a passion of mine because I actually went to school for engineering, and I was at Cal Poly Pomona. I was a civil engineering environmental option, but I didn't have programs such as this and I was the first one in my family to go to college, so those programs were not available. If I had known, I think I wasn't able to achieve that dream, but I think I'm here for a reason, and so I hope I can help them achieve that dream. So, you know, that's.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the Arts, Music, and Instructional Material Book Grant.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Dr. Kennard will be coming back up to present on, as I mentioned earlier, a grant provided by the state within the governor's budget last year for this year, as well as SB 28, which was a voter-approved funds for art music program.
Good evening once again, Board President, board members, superintendent, and the Bassett community. We are going to there's a couple of handouts that are coming your way, frequently asked questions for both, the block grant as well as Proposition 28 that I'll be presenting information on. One point is just about to come up, and I wanted to let you know to go ahead and kind of start. We are going to begin with the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant.
Find it in that email. About 30 seconds.
So again, this is the information regarding the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, which is from Assembly Bill 181, as well as Proposition 20. We'll begin with the block grant. Some information regarding the block grant. This was established by Assembly Bill 181 and modified by Assembly Bill revised by Assembly Bill 185. And those two bills were what established the Arts, Music, and Instructional Block Grant. There are 5 main purposes of the grant. And before we get to that, I would like to just present some information. So the funds, in January 2023, the governor proposed possible reduction from the $3.6 billion to potentially $2 billion. So Bassett is scheduled. The allocation is 1.8 million based on B2 ADA for 21-22. But we are proceeding cautiously because we need to see what the governor's final budget. Who is eligible? County offices of education, school districts, charter schools, and state special schools. And the timeline is that these funds are available to extend through the school year 25-26. How can we use these funds? Allowable use of these funds, 1 and 2, I'm going to go into a bit more detail in the following slides, and then I will go through 3 and 4. So standards align professional development and instructional materials by subject. And then professional development and instructional materials that are aligned to best practices to improve practices, strategies. Number 3 is the development of diverse book collections, so school and classroom libraries. Number 4 is operational costs, which can include retirement and healthcare benefits or costs, I should say. And number 5 is COVID PPE for ventilation upgrades, maintaining in-person instruction. I'd like to go into a little bit of detail regarding 1 and 2. So subject areas, the first block you see there are subject areas for professional development and materials. And these are the list there is the subject areas in which these funds can be spent. And you can see everything there from visual and performing arts, world language, ethnic studies, financial literacy, and the list is. The second block that you see there is professional development and materials for school climate best practices. So these are the types of best practices that these in those areas. Escalation, or restorative practice, or asset-based pedagogy, anti-bias, transformative SEL, media literacy, digital, PE, and learning through play. So the plans for the expenditure of the funds, the language of the bill requires the districts to discuss and receive approval for these plans at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and we will move forward. I'm going to move on now to Proposition 28, the Arts and Music Education Funding. So Prop 28, some details about this proposition. It was approved in November of 2022. The measure requires that the state establish an ongoing program to support arts instruction. So this will begin in 23-24. Funding available, it will be 1% of K-12 portion of Prop 98 in the year. And you can see there that the allocation. Thank you so much. My glasses in my hand. Who is eligible? Public, preschools, TK, public schools, and state special schools. And then the timeline. First allocation is scheduled for 23, and the funding is calculated at the school site level. It is also allocated to, but it is allocated to the district, which the district is required to allocate the funds to the school site, and in the amounts calculated by the. So the allowable use of funds for this proposition is 80% must go to employee certificated or classified employees to provide arts education instruction. The remaining funds can be used for training supplies, curriculum, professional learning materials, arts education partnership programs, and 1% can go to administrative costs. So what type of programs can these funds be used for? Arts education programs include, but it's not limited to, instruction and training, supplies, materials, educational partnership, and instruction in these fields here. So you can see the types of art programs that these funds can be used for. Dance, media, music, theater, to visual arts, and there's a whole list of the visual arts there. And then the last block shows you computer coding, animation, music, and composition, ensembles, script writing, costume design, film, and video. A lot of exciting opportunities for our students. Just about wrapping up here, who decides which program a school will offer? So each school can determine which program or programs it will offer. The school administrator will work in collaboration with the teachers, the families, the school community to make choices that best serve the students. And can the schools pull their funds together? And the answer is yes. So if they decided they needed a music teacher and that could be shared between two schools, and that is absolutely available. That's the presentation. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Public ask a question? No. So the block grant break.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, all right.
Thank you again for all of this. I have a couple of questions. Has any money been expended so far in anything? Okay, I'm figuring that. You answered the second question, is who decides which program will be at, in school? Of course. So are you looking at surveys of children, of families, of staff?
So the site administrators, along with the teachers and then with their parent meetings, they will determine how to best go about that and how to best serve their community. But that's the exact practice that we take.
Board Member Pimentel?
Thank you, Madam President. That would take it, was it says plan for expenditure of funds, is this part of the LCAP or LCSF process or is it independent of that?
This is independent. This is a block grant and or proposition.
And so with the block grant, are we already, we're gonna begin to receive this fund next academic year, correct?
Correct.
So when will the timeline begin for when we're gonna be collaborating with the teachers, parents, to start to figure out what programs we are to offer?
So as I mentioned, with this one, this is the one that the district is proceeding a little cautiously because we want to make sure what the governor is going to do with the amount of funding that's available to the district. But we are asking our principals, we will be asking our principals to begin the process of working together to establish a priority list that would best meet their students.
And to really highlight, the point of student engagement in this as much as possible. I know there is a big, desire, you know, LCAP is not only a Bath High School, but I know it's performing arts, the digital media, the technological side of it. So, that's what they really hone in on their feedback and.
Board Member Stanzioni?
Thank you. Have you thought of hiring a consultant to get the ball rolling as far as what is out there and what is possible? Just maybe for a short time, training for PDs or.
It hasn't been part of the conversation yet, but it will be now. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Will this be part of their daily routine, curriculum, part of the curriculum?
Yes.
Or would it be before or after school?
This one, it doesn't really specify, but this is during the school day. It's arts instruction during the school day. So, if the site decided they needed to do something beyond the school day, perhaps one of these funds can be helped to that happen. But these funds here are primarily.
Any more questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the 21-22 financial audit.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. I'd like to ask Peter Glenn from NIGRO to please come up to the microphone. He will be presenting to the board the 2021-22 financial audit.
Good evening, members. Thank you. And precise. Tonight. So the purpose for me being here is to present to you the 21-22 financial audit and also portion of the audit. So if I may just kind of give you a big picture of how the audit works. Approximately a year ago, last spring, the audit process started, and that entailed really three separate visits. The first visit was out at selected sites where we looked at attendance and ASBs, so that were individual. Then during the later spring months, we visited the district in the summer and started our compliance audit and tested internal controls and things of that nature. And then at the year end, once the unaudited actuals were approved in their final form, took upon the audit of that process. So that's all kind of wrapped up in the report that you have in front of you there. It's well over 100 pages, so I'm going to spare you in diving into the details. But if I may just kind of describe some of the sections. So there's the financial section. Well, first off, there's the opinion in the financial section. You can see there the different roles and responsibilities are separated by the auditor responsibility versus the district. It talks about the basis for opinion, so I wanted to point out that our opinion is based off of professional judgment, but it's also based off of several guides that we get annually. So annually, there's a K through 12 state audit guide, so we use that in our audit. There's also a annual Office of Management and Budget, that's the federal, and that is provided to us as our guideline. We look at that depending on the programs we're going to audit. And those two annual guides, and then we also use generally accepted audit standards in our audit, and we also consult government auditing standards. And the authoritative body behind governmental auditing or governmental reporting is known as GASB. That's the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. You may have heard of them. Usually, at least once every few years, they come out with a new pronouncement. So that's something that we also have to consider in our audit, any new pronouncements by GASB and how that might affect the financial reporting. So all of that goes into your two financial statements there that are in the beginning of the report. One might look very familiar. It looks more like your unaudited actuals, that's your fund financials, and that's broken down into different funds, the general fund, the building fund, and your non-major fund. Then there's also a portion in the report that looks at the big picture. So that takes on things like your pension, your OPEB, your capital assets, things like that. So that's why there's two sets of financial statements, which is unique to governmental audits. And then what goes along with that are the notes. So you always want to consider the notes when you're looking at your financial statements, so that you don't miss out on any of those details. So, the last part of the audit, which is sometimes the first part that everyone likes to look at, and those address supplementary information, but also internal control reports. And if there are any findings that the auditor identifies that we wish to bring to the board's attention, those are there in the back of it. And again, those findings, any findings that we identify, those have a basis. So those are based upon whether it be generally accepted accounting principles or upon federal compliance or state compliance. So that's why those are in there. And the district is aware of those, and they have responded with an action plan, which is part of the requirement. That is really a whirlwind tour of the audit. We appreciate the district's cooperation in the audit process. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to.
Any questions from the board? Board member Pimentel?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for the presentation very briefly. Maybe this question might be geared more mindful that I'm new to the board. How long have we been partnering with this firm for audit services?
This is the first year.
And was there any collaboration between these auditors and the auditors for the AB 139 extraordinary audit, or those two separate?
Two separate, yeah.
I did note that, and there's the second one that is for the smaller. Is this accessible also to the bond, or any of these audits, the bond oversight committee?
Yeah, so the Measure V, the one you have there, will be also we'll be taking to the CBOC. I think we have actually a meeting next week. I think it's the 3rd or 4th or 5th.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions from anybody? Okay, so I'd like to say thank you. I do see the findings, but I'll address my findings with the superintendent and the CBO. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we will move into where to go. Okay, so at this time, if I may ask the board permission, I'd like to do both public comments, closed and open, before we move to closed session. Are you all okay with that?
Okay.
Huh?
Will that include our
If you would like to do that? Excuse me?
I don't mind.
You don't mind, you don't mind. So we'll do the superintendent and board comments
After, we'll do it after close.
after the publics, okay? So, let's start with closed session. We have, Carla Mahaffey.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you to the teachers who deserve to be paid on par with surrounding districts. We look forward to mediation and hope to reach an agreement to provide our members with fair pay equal to our surrounding districts. Thank you to the parents that agree teachers in their district deserve to be paid on par with surrounding districts. So inspiring seeing you display BTA signs throughout the community, on your homes and businesses, walking the picket line with us. Your support in voting with teachers really means a lot to us. Districts with fair pay for teachers attract and retain quality educators. The district finally learned this lesson the hard way with the absence of substitute teachers forcing the district to react to a bad situation. Congratulations to the district for finally reacting and bringing subs on par with other districts. I've been told the district provided a 24% raise to these subs. Being on par with fair pay to substitute teachers will attract and retain quality subs at our site. This is a great start to solving fair pay for teachers not dedicated as Bassett employees. Now it's time to bring your actual Bassett employees on par with other school districts. The district must be productive in attracting and keeping high-quality teachers. I was pleased with learning about the MESA program. We need to keep those teachers. That whole team at Torch that came up in here presented, we need to keep those teachers. A lot of those are new teachers. District has the money. Again, the district has the money. The truth is that the district is deficit budgeting to make people think they don't have the money. The district has so much money that it's ridiculous. Just look at the numbers. The board must do the right thing so that we can come to an agreement and mediation. The consequences of not coming to a resolution and mediation means it encourages many more quality teachers to leave and not return, which is what happened in last year's impasse. As you are aware, if mediation fails, it's followed by fact-finding, which will show the outrageous funds the district is hoarding. That will eventually lead to a strike. Teachers don't want to strike, but we will if we're forced to. Please be reminded that parents who live in districts where teachers receive fair pay have happy teachers, ones who can afford to dedicate their time and money to teaching. Bassett is the lowest paid district in the San Gabriel Valley. We are one up from the bottom in Los Angeles Unified School Districts. The only district we are above is in state receivership, which is Inglewood. We were above two districts, but I'm told they already settled and may have also passed us. There's no excuse for this. Please be proactive and demand that all Bassett teachers are paid on par with surrounding districts. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask again, please, let's be respectful. Thank you. Next we have Joe Carrillo, CSEA.
Good evening, board, community, students, and staff. My name is Joseph Carrillo, CSEA president. CSEA and the district negotiations team has met on several occasions now and have made progress in many areas. However, our last negotiations, we did receive counters to our salary and health and welfare proposals. For the second year, we are being told that we must negotiate separately for our child development CSEA brothers and sisters. We have done our research and know that no other district in our area is making these types of dividing proposals. CSEA will stand united. The district offered a 5% increase to the health and welfare caps, which would lower the cost of health care by only $44 a month on an out-of-pocket cost of $942 that most families are paying. If our health insurance rates go up as much as expected, our families could be paying $1,100 out of pocket come January 2024. It's out of control. The district has proposed a 7% increase to salaries, but only a 3% increase for child development. The district does not have to split child development and can afford at least twice as much as what was offered. We know this because this year, the district received a 6.56% ongoing COLA with a projected 8.13% for next year, expanded and fully funded TK, and a 15% increase to the supplemental concentration funding. Even the audit report on today's agenda supports our position. I quote, while the district's final budget for the general fund anticipated that revenues would exceed expenditures by about $1.4 million, the actual results for the year show that revenues exceeded expenditures by roughly $11.2 million. This shows an extremely high budgeted amount versus what is actually expended year over year. We have seen this. We need to invest in the teachers and support staff that provide the education to our most precious resource, our students. Board, we have been losing valuable staff members across Bassett Unified due to pay issues and skyrocketing healthcare costs. It was identified by PC to be the #1 reason for declining offers of employment and resignations. We must do better so we can retain the great staff we have and attract new talent. We stand united with our brothers and sisters in BTA in our expectation for fair wages and quality benefits.
Next we have Mr. Tom Covington.
Good evening, all. I'm here to talk about cultural memory. It is the act of recalling events that are related to objects, places, and encounters by people in a social framework, like the school district. It crystallizes experiences, teaches us lessons of the past, including victories and traumas. It is retained by our veteran employees and passed down year by year as members grow and learn from each other. It can be a tool for recollection or as a warning to the future. It is something that builds over time and cannot be forced, only experienced. More than a means for reminiscence, it is a tool. You can use the tool and the knowledge of the past to avoid making the same mistakes. Bassett's cultural memory is in crisis. The stewards of our cultural memory are fleeing at an alarming rate. Teachers and employees with 15, 20, and 25 years of experience are leaving and taking that cultural memory with them. You know why they are leaving, why more leave every year, and that more will leave next year. Not because of retirement, but for a better paying job 5 to 10 minute drive away. While we can replace the teachers or admin, we cannot replace the cultural memory they take with them. Sadly, that memory is not found in many of our admin teams, with all of them, save one, being hired very recently. Even sadder is the fact that only one principal and one district level admin have ever taught in Bassett. They don't have the cultural memory to feel pride when somebody says, I love Bassett, or the context to place a phrase like revolution is coming. One way to slow down this culture crisis is to do as you promised and make our pay competitive. In tonight's agenda, you are raising sub-pay 24% and state, in an effort to improve the district's sub-retention rate and fill rate and provide competitive pay, the district recommends an increase to the current sub-teacher salary schedule. This is 24% or 3 times more than what you were offering teachers. Without a substantial and ongoing pay increase, this cultural crisis will only worsen until we as the district are taught exclusively by subs, because we cannot recruit and retain qualified teachers. Veteran teachers leave, new teachers only stay a year or two, and the gap in our cultural memory leads to losing our cultural identity and teacher efficacy, ultimately spiraling down into poor student outcomes, increasing declining enrollment. What will it take before you fulfill your promise of competitive pay? And how much will your desire to build a savings and not spend on teacher salaries cost you? How much of reserve do you need before you spend on teachers? Is $22 million not enough, or will there never be enough? Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mr. Mark Torres.
Good evening, board members and teachers alike. My name is Mark Torres. I'm as a neutral party and also the parent of a child in the family development side. So I had the privilege to hand out flyers in support of the teachers the other day and bring an understanding to our local parents who don't know the roots of Bassett and have an understanding of the trials and the challenges that this district has faced over the years. Mind you, this district has been entrusted to board members of the past who haven't done such a great job. I have complete faith in Mr. Barajas, Mr. Pimentel, Mr. Leone, Dina Flores. I know they have the district's best wishes, their plans, and I know they want to be financially sound and responsible. But at the same time, our teachers have been without for so many years. They've come to a place now where they're forcing their hand. They know that this is the time. They have to do what they need to do. It may come off as being aggressive or maybe even, disrespectful to some of you guys. But I assure you, they have the right to fair pay. What they're asking right now is only going to bring them to the level of other districts. And I didn't know nothing about these pay raises until this evening for the substitute teachers. I always wonder what's behind that when you put a substitute before the person that's broke their back for our district for years and has been committed. To me, that would be very disrespectful if I was a teacher. I would really, really wonder if the years that I put in and the pride that I put in my district is worth it. I know they love our kids because that's why they stood for so many years. Mr. Castillo was my daughter's math teacher. She's successful now at Whittier College. She has some fond memories, of being at Bassett, but she has troubling memories as well. When I was handing out flyers, I was surprised how many public members were aware of the situation. Because in the past, the public has not been connected with our district. It seems that the attempts you guys are making to build a bridge with the community is working, but unfortunately, the news that's coming across the bridge is not good. It's instability with our teachers. We hear about the finances, and I'm not saying anybody here is crying broke or anything like that. I understand what physical responsibility means, but at the same time, these teachers strike, they're going to break this district. How is that going to look on the people we've entrusted to run this district? We have a new superintendent that's here. We have our new board member, Mr. Pimentel. We do not need a strike, but I am encouraging and imploring the teachers to do what's necessary to get your attention. It's time that these teachers get paid, as well as, I don't want to forget, the teachers at the Child Development Center deserve equal pay. Surrounding areas, CSCA, they deserve their part too. But we're not ever going to get to that place unless you guys make a bold step and show your commitment to your teachers. You continue to lose teachers, you're losing parents. When I was out at Don Julian, I was surprised how many parents said, I don't have to worry about that because I'm trying to get my kids out of this district. So the very young children that we're hoping are going to move up the ladder to Torch and to Bassett High School, they're not going to get there because the parents are losing faith in our district. We need action now that's going to build faith and show that our board members, our superintendents are trying their best and making the effort sincerely to provide the pay that our teachers need.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
To bring us happy teachers who will continue to work hard. Thank you very much.
We will move on to, I'm going to ask one last time, please. Please.
I'm sorry?
Please, let's be respectful, okay?
I would be more respectful.
Excuse me, this is not a dialogue, I'm telling you.
Wait, listen, the teachers, the people who are coming out here, that way we can talk about respecting them.
Okay, so we will move on, as we decided, we'll move on to open session. For open session, Mr. Torres, you have the floor for open session. I know you wanted to speak with regards to the arts program. He left. Did you leave?
Did he leave?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I have Frank Morales.
Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? There's a few things I want to talk about. The first thing I can't talk about is the Triton Group. I didn't bring the paperwork, but if you guys need it, there's paperwork on that about the fraudulence on some of that. That's not a good thing. When I get the paperwork, I'll bring it in. Second thing I want to talk about is Ms. Molina. Has there been any letters to her apologizing for the actions of Paul Solano and his little groupies of making her life miserable for a few years? Just wondering. Second thing I want to talk about is the teachers at MTA. You know, sitting up there as a board member, I had to look at everything. Look at all the numbers. I gave them everything I could give them without hurting the district. You know, someday, well, they want 23%, well, let's give them 6. Oh, come on. You know, you look at your numbers. If you don't take anything out of categorized funds, you don't damage your reserve, but you have the money. You give it to them. They believe in you. You're their only lifeline. You work for them in a way because you want to keep their jobs. When you think about giving them a raise, if you got to lose somebody, a classified has to lose a job, we don't want to give them that much money. So please, when you read your paper, make sure you read it. If you need some help, I'll be more than happy to help you, because as a former school board member here, I love coming to these meetings. I see teachers out there that I've respected for years who taught my kids, and without them, Mark and Anthony would not be where they're at today. And I appreciate them and I love them, just like I love the classified. And I will work as hard as I can for them, especially when I sat in their chair. The students and the employees are the first and second. Everything else doesn't matter. The fourth thing I want to talk about is I'm understanding there's a problem with chain of command in this district. I got a phone call from somebody that doesn't work at the high school, but there was the principal was informed that he allowed a student to drive a district vehicle. And I wish he would have called me first, because the principal called him into a meeting. And the first thing I asked him was, is he your immediate supervisor? Is he the one that tells you who and what? You shouldn't have gone to that meeting. This is your district, sir. You need to tell your principals and everybody else is a chain of command. Because I don't want to have to go and sit, because I'll represent all these employees, because I fight for them when I sat up there and when I sit at my home. You know, so that chain of command isn't very good. I don't know why. I don't even know if you know of it, but I'm surprised.
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
Thank you very much. Good luck, y'all.
Rose Escobar. Rose Escobar.
Rose Escobar? You want to hold it too, that's fine. Yeah.
Good evening, board. My name is Rose Escobar. I am the daughter of the mother of Melanie Escobar, and I'm here today to advocate for her. My daughter goes to Don Julian, and there's a few things that I want to make sure that I address to you that are concerning to me. One of them is, I was very happy that when my daughter was going to start school, that the schools, that the grades actually went up to 8th grade, because I thought it was a good thing. But one of the things that now is concerning me is that there's not enough things going on for those kids that are older, and things are going on in the schools that shouldn't be going on because there isn't enough stuff for them. It seems like you guys went ahead and made it
kinder through 8th, but then it's still running as an elementary with the same things that basically a K through 6 is the way that it's going. And it's very hard for me to know the things that go on. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you know, I know that there's drugs, I know that there's bullying, I know that there's all these things going on, and I know that this isn't the only school that is going on in. But I know that if they have other things that are available to them during the school hours, then it's gonna definitely make a difference to their lives and to all the kids' lives. The other thing I also wanted to mention is testing. My daughter's been testing for the past almost month, and she continues testing, and then she's gonna start with the state testing. I think that we need to make sure that at this age, they need to learn. You know, all this testing and testing takes away from their learning, and I really would like for you guys to really think about when you're putting them through Synergy and through iReady and all of these different, I'm all for it, but please look into that. I know my time is up, but thank you. The last thing that I want to say before I give the floor to your consumer is I want to say that I am also here in support of the teachers. I really believe that they need to be able to have a living wage to be able to survive. And I understand that when you are looking at budget and looking at, you know, can we do this? They actually need a living wage to continue in this district, and I really would like for you guys to consider that as moving forward. Respect your teachers, and please do what's right for them. There you go.
If you want to take it off and just have it over there, that way you don't have to hold her up.
Invest in my school, invest in my teachers.
Thank you, everybody. As agreed, we will do, superintendent comment, and then we'll go to the board member comments.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I wanted to thank all the school sites and the parents. I've been visiting at the principals, coffee with the principal events at the school sites over the past several weeks, and I've had an opportunity to talk to the parents and staff that are there answering any of the questions. So it's been great to be out there. I'm hearing from the parents and them hearing from me as far as what's going on in the district. As we get close to the end of the school year, just remind everyone we'll have several graduation. Well, we'll have the promotions at the various school sites for our kindergartners, our fifth graders, our eighth graders, as well as a high school graduation coming up. Also, I attended several the open houses, the PTA reflection dinner the other day, or was it last week? It was great again to see all the parents and the students that received the awards. I want to thank the board for spending some of their Friday evening and Saturday this past weekend working together to develop a vision, mission, and goals for the district. I'm looking forward to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Alvarez. We will go on with board comments. We'll start with Board Member Barajas.
President, first and foremost, once again, we want to congratulate Forest Middle School for their recognition of Watch Model Middle School. That is pretty cool. I know you're out there doing awesome things. Doing it, ask for the support. We're here to support y'all. You know, seeing Mr. Castillo and his students come up here is motivating. You know, that's why we're here, to ensure that the kiddos from socioeconomically disadvantaged community get the opportunity to succeed. I know I was one of those kiddos as well. It's awesome to have leaders like Mr. Castillo at our schools helping our kiddos. It was also cool to hear about ELA program and the program that we have for the summer, which is pretty dope again. Nice to see how we're going to be using some of our money for the arts, music, and so on. Financial audit, you know, I'm still looking through it a bit. Some of the numbers are pretty interesting. You know, I do want to thank Melanie Escobar for sharing a few words with us a couple of minutes ago, and her mom, Fort Rose. You know, I'm not going to go too much into this conversation, but we do respect our teachers, and, you know, we are, negotiations right now. I really don't want to open up too much on it, but, you know, we do have, I don't want to go too much out there, but there is some support there, and I think, if y'all want to talk, invite me, we can have like a regular conversation about this, but we are trying our best to, give y'all the best that we can, and, I think, I can speak for the board, for the entire board when I say that. But, yeah, we are, it is negotiations, also, I don't really want to go too much into it. Besides that, thank y'all for coming, thank you for raising your voice, thank you for being here, and have a good night.
Thank you. Board Member Stanzioni?
First, I'd like to give kudos to Torch. It's great to see my old school get back way above where we ever were. We were a pretty good school back then, but you used to have. Can't wait to see how far you go. I'm excited about Mesa, anything that involves the sciences, I'm there. Saying the thing together, I'm excited about the curriculum that they're offering as it enriches the lives of kids. With the art monies coming, can't wait to see how that falls into place, because these are the things that will enrich our children's day and engage them and invite them to come back to school the next day. That being said, I did hear a report recently on students that focused on the social, emotional, and academic issues. It was on the radio one morning when I was driving to work. Didn't go into my classroom until I heard every single thing. Referencing a number of studies by renowned universities, it pointed out that while the pandemic did not help the issues, it certainly was not the cause of the problems facing our youth now. So it did certainly make an already concerning problem worse. One study cited social media and time spent on devices as an antecedent for all to follow. And when all of us that are here listening, or anybody that's out there listening, we're children, we play face to face with our friends. Now, friends is only avatars adorned with leather and weaponry. I recently asked one of my students what he did after school, and he said, "Oh, I played with my friends." Pushed, he admitted they only knew these friends, who were absolute strangers, through their screen names. He plays for hours every night. He played outside until the lights were on. Nonetheless, the report went on to say that our youth was sorely lacking in social entry skills, conversational ability, spelling, writing, math, and reading. Academics and youth social emotional progress had been stunted by their time online. The quarantine only solidified their dependence on their discipline and friends. Now, in many classrooms, teachers post daily assignment schedules of what programs to be on and what to do. It's time graded and sent grade books in some classrooms. Oh, but wait, it teaches. For example, if a child gets a problem wrong, there's a pop-up that says, "Boop," and then it shows a single graphic and has some written out things about what they should have done. The only problem is the child who cannot read cannot access it. The child does not comprehend the writing or conceptualize graphics, cannot understand them. So they try again. The problem is up and down the difficulty scale depending on the answers, whether genuine or not. They've got to guess correctly eventually, right? No here. Some problems assert that they can tell when a child is guessing due to the speed of their answer. But how did you hit an answer just because you knew it very, very quickly? Well, I had to consistently reset one of my students' tests due to this feature. The sad thing was is that he knew every single answer, but this constant pop-up declaring that he was guessing was depressing him. And then there was a third grader, one of my SCC students, who had guessed correctly on 5 AR questions and got full points on a 5th grade book. He didn't know his alphabet, but he guessed really well. But I digress. The point of the report was the biggest influencers were influencers in our child's lives. That they're no longer the parents, other older siblings, teachers, or athletes. It is social media. The Pro Club won by 5th grade girls was led by an influencer. The language, makeup, and demeanor is modeled by an influencer. Ask kids today what they want to be when they grow up. You'll hear influencer or gamer. I included a recent senior speaker saying at his graduation, he said, clearly there's something out of whack with our school system. The study discussed mindset. Currently, for youth is spending ridiculous amounts of time on their devices at home. And School One report contended that it's spending lots of time on impersonal programs on their devices. This continued huge amount of time away from authentic human interaction, according to the report, caused spikes in depression, suicidal ideation, and basically feeling lost and alone. Resiliency is not known, and it's not a practice skill. And it's emphasized that this started pre-academic or pre-pandemic. With all of this computer programs reliance in our classrooms, and recently published academic scores begs the question, how's that working out for us? And why are these programs being continued? Okay, story time. Years ago, longer than any of you here can remember, there was a principal over at Flannery. His name was Mr. Kerr. He was a great guy who truly wanted the best for his school. He wanted them to accelerate and improve in learning, so he threw out academics and he brought in this thing called whole language. You remember that, right? You might wonder, how did that go? Well, he found that nothing replaces explicit direct instruction from a teacher in foundational skills. He immediately moved the school back to the basics of phonics. He did not continue to add water to the drowning child. He did not give students time to fail. He acted swiftly, and sure enough, his children progressed. Mr. Kerr, finding that one program did not accelerate his learning, in fact, it stifled it, went back to what worked. If something is not working, don't do it. He didn't give it another year because it only puts the child another year back. As board members, we are overseers of this community of learners, its focus and expenditures. We have and will continue to, I have and will continue to implore my fellow board members and management to drop what is not working and focus on what's dead. Even if it's old school teaching, a building is only as strong as its foundation. A child's learning is as well. Remember that. Perhaps bells, whistles, virtual badges, and avatars don't make such a strong foundation as good old teaching by our teachers does. I look forward to where we are going to go with our money to enhance and enrich the lives of our children in the form of the arts. I look forward to where science is taking our kids in MESA and think together during the summer. I think we have to push that and work together as a unit because it's the only way we're going to make it. I've lived here for 67.5 years. This has been my district. These are my roots. My parents raised us for service. I'll be darned if somebody comes and uproots it. We are Baptists. We need to celebrate that.
Board members, Pimentel?
Thank you, Madam President. Hard to follow and work like that. I do want to go ahead and say congratulations to Fort Still School, and I really appreciate Dr. Montalvo on bringing the faculty and staff to those communities. Just acknowledging here on the dais what a personal pleasure it is to, have another Baptist alumni in this leadership position. The only Trojan I'll be proud of. And also congratulations to the Baptist High School on the program. Some of my greatest friends from my time at Rio Hondo College is in their the program. The students, I don't know if the students are here anymore, but just to reiterate how much it takes a lot of drive, a lot of dedication and discipline, and I really hope that that's something that our students are getting instilled in that program. I think it's great for us to support it. I think that should go hand in hand with the board approach to thinking creatively and using innovation. So I'm really looking forward to that. Also looking forward to what Think Together has over the summer. I think we heard some comments right now relative to I think the 7th and 8th grade gap, and that's kind of where my logic was coming from, and I questioned why are we using something in Think Together. Exactly because I think we as a school district should be doing themselves, not simply to get them off the street, but to actually do something for themselves, away from the phone. I am still very much looking forward to the grant opportunity that we're going to have with the art. I think, again, really honing in on getting student feedback. Obviously, elementary school age kids, they still have feedback, but the high school kids, a lot from, actual drama department, dance, color guard, other types of visual performance. That I think we have a robust opportunity to hone in on their feedback at this moment, and for us to please not waste the opportunity. We will be doing a lot of resolutions tonight, so happy all those days, months, and weeks that we're going to be doing, like 7, I think. But also, I do want to mention, I know we had members from the City of La Fuente here earlier. I had the opportunity to meet with other local public officials in the last month, in the last meeting, so it's been forever. But it's been great to actually meet them. You have a perception before you get elected to who are these people, but you have an opinion that isn't kind. But meeting them, it's nice to actually see them as people. And it'd be great for us to have Baptist. We're unincorporated. There's not a lot that we had historically. So I think it's good for us for the invitation to the reflection ceremony last week. It's been great. I was working, so I was in traffic for 2.5 hours before I got there, so I apologize for being late, but, it was so great to, be there, see the students. I was a proud reflection, awardee when I was at Summit, so it was nice to be there. And you know. But also just congratulations to our students who, were here today, Ms. Bustamante for her historic re-election as AAC president. I don't know if there was ever been an AAC president who was a sophomore elected to a junior, let alone re-elected. So I think that's just phenomenal, and just personally congratulations on that. I'm looking forward to working with you with another year. Yeah, round of applause on that. But I do also want to say congratulations to all the students who aren't here, who most likely have done their acceptance letters from either 4-year colleges and universities. I know it's admission season, not only for freshmen admits, but transfer entrance, so really excited for that. I'm hoping we are proactive next year, making sure students can see the colleges and universities well ahead of the actual application deadline. Not only juniors, but, sophomores as well, just so they can start that thinking. I know my sister-in-law, we're really honing in on, you gotta think about this already, because summer's creeping up. But, we heard a lot of good public comments tonight. I don't necessarily like to engage in a dialogue with public comment, just because I think it's the opportunity for them, their right to express themselves, but just, blanketly joining my colleague, Mr. Braha, for you, and work continues for our students. So.
Thank you, Board Member Rivera.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, like my colleagues, I would like to congratulate Torch Middle School. I was very happy and privileged to attend their award ceremony in Monterey. And how proud we all were and how proud they were, and your teachers and your staff to receive these awards. Continue the good work, and all your staff, everyone. You're doing a great job. I also like to congratulate the MESA program in placing second, third, and a lot of these categories. I'm happy that we have that program going and that it's going, and I hope we can continue with it and get more students involved. And maybe in the future, they don't have to make a choice of, the MESA or the band or this or that. Maybe we could figure it out how to get them to do it as much as they can on that. I'm looking forward to Think Together, coming for the summer. I know a lot of our students are looking forward to it, and a lot of parents are looking to the program to keep their kids off the computers while they're at work or even at home, in doing some activities and all that. I'm looking forward for the art and music program. Maybe we get some bands going or drama, painters, painting artists are going on that. That would be great. Also, I would like to congratulate all the reflection winners. Thank you for all the work that has been done by teachers, staff, and PTA in getting the PTSA and getting these reflection winners going and getting their things. And I also like to remind anybody out there that has a high school student to please look into the scholarships for the city of La Puente. They do offer them to our high school students, and every little bit helps when they're going to college, whether it's junior college or an adult school or a career college, everything helps. So please remind them to look into the scholarships and get the help they need to fill them out or whatever they need to get that going. So it's a great opportunity that La Puente gives us, and having that's the high school sits on the city of La Puente. So please get those applications going to our students. Again, congratulations to all our winners, the students that have been doing great in school. Congratulations to our ASB that will be with us one more year. And thank you all, staff, administration, for doing all the hard work that's going on and keeping these programs going for our students. Thank you. And good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Board Member Rivera. Okay, so I'd like to start by thanking the Bassa community for their continued support over the last couple years, and those who have allowed me the recent opportunity to provide clarity to their questions regarding the district's current status. During my tenure, the entire board has worked diligently to improve and maintain a strong fiscal budget that will prevent the need for LACO to place a fiscal advisor to our district. The day I sat in this chair, the first day, the district was in a deficit, a serious deficit. Thank goodness we're not there yet. We're not there now. I'd like to thank Board Clerk Cimental, Board Member Stanzioni, and our two other members for standing united through this process that will ensure the district retains its fiscal solvency while also supporting our students, community, and staff. As the district moves forward, all the board members are committed to continue negotiating in good faith and provide all of our employees with a salary increase that is in line, if not above, surrounding districts. Last year, the district salary increase to its employees was one of the highest in the surrounding areas, without laying off any teachers or classified employees. The district will continue to negotiate in good faith and follow the legal process it currently finds itself in at this time. Last month, during negotiations, BTA decided and filed for impasse, even after the district informed them that it still had not reached its best and final offer. As a result, the district and BTA must now work through a mediator to attempt to resolve negotiations. It's the board's wish and desire that an agreement can be reached. As most of you know, my campaign, I ran with Board Member Barajas in November 2020. We have three goals in mind: to provide a quality and engaging college-bound, career-ready, and real-world learning environment through multidisciplinary learning and community-based projects. That was goal one. Goal two, to foster a positive, transparent, and communicative working environment to support our students, our parents, our teachers, and all of our employees. And lastly, through responsible spending and budgeting, ensure our taxpayer dollars are allocated to our schools, classrooms, and this includes all of our employees. I appreciate everyone who supported our campaign and will continue to represent the voters of the Bassett community who elected us to represent them. I look forward to continuing to work with everyone, okay, to continue to achieve our goals for the students of this community. As I've always said, you know where to find me. My door is always open. Just reach out. Let's have a conversation. Okay? With that said, moving on, thank you. Congratulations to Samantha Bustamante for your re-election as president. She lost. And I also want to thank her for her diligent reporting each and every board meeting. Okay? Congratulations to Torch Middle School. I cannot say it enough. Again, we had a nice weekend and it was a great opportunity to meet the staff. More so, I just want to say as a side note, Dr. Maldonado's leadership was so evident there. One of the things I admired most there was when we had all the commotion happen in Monterey, she stayed behind. She could have gotten in her car and left. She stayed behind to ensure that everybody was okay, and that really says a lot for her leadership. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your work with the MESA program. I work at Cal State LA, and I know how important MESA is over there, and that's one of our most prominent organizations there. I am looking forward to adding the culinary arts to our program. I know one of our board members really would like to see that, so that's really good. I'm excited that we're going to have the arts program. I think the arts program adds to the well-rounded student, so I'm very excited for that, okay? In April, I attended, we had the city council here earlier. We did attend, board member Cimental and I attended the spring celebration there where we did meet other elected officials. I believe Lisa Calderon, Archuleta, and Grace Napolitano. Did I forget anybody? I don't think so. Okay, so that was really a great experience. I have Cal State, Bishop Bassett High School was at Cal State LA on April 18th. So that was really good. That was really nice to have them there. We did have Reflections April 19th, which celebrated the artwork of many of our students. It was a very nice celebration. I would like to thank Board Member Cimental, Board Member Rivera for attending. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Alvarez for putting on his apron and serving. That was really good. This weekend, the board was held hostage. I'm just kidding. The board attended a workshop Friday evening, and we also attended Saturday. I'm very excited and looking forward to sharing the vision and mission statement that we worked together to develop. I'm also looking forward to the next workshop where we're going to be developing the goals to achieve our vision and our mission. So thank you so much for all the board members that attended that and giving up their weekend for that. With all that to say, thank you so much, everybody. Your support means a lot. Know that the board does support all of our students, our teachers, our staff, the community. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. With all that to say, thank you so much, Bassett, and good night. Okay. Okay, so we are going to get back on the agenda, and we are going to go to closed session. Before we go to closed session, okay.
Oh, no. She ran away.
I know.
Let me find out. She's coming back. Oh.
So before we go to closed session, I would like to say happy birthday to Alexandra. She's very amazing, always taking care of the board, and I appreciate you. We all, on behalf of the board, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a motion to go to closed session at 7:26? Motion by Board Member Baraja, seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Can I get a roll call vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll go to closed session at 7:27.
I don't know why that on here, good, and you? Good.
9:52 PM. Okay, I have action taken at closed session. Clerk? Okay, report of action taken in closed session.
In closed session, on a motion by Ms. Stanzioni, second by Mr. Barajas, the 5 members to approve and 0 members opposed, the governing board took action to approve settlement agreement for government 0913-WH and total amount of $57,809.50. Closed session, on motion by Mr. Barajas, Ms. Stanzioni, and by members opposed, with 1 member. The governing board took action to approve a stipulation award for claim ADJ 161394, the amount of $8,722.50. Number ADJ 162025, the amount of $44,000. Claim of $52,000. Yeses. First, Mr. Lord Rivera, and Ms. Cruz Stanzioni, I want to say Mr. Aaron Pimentel. Closed session on motion by Ms. Stanzioni and Mrs. Flores, and voted 3 members approved and 0 members opposed, with 2 abstentions. The governing board took action to approve settlement agreement for liability case number 20, ECB 19115, in the amount of $110,000. Total amount represents $55,000 for claim 190762 and $55,000 for claim number 190766. 3 members yes. 0 no's and 2 abstentions. Vote for that.
Moving right along to written communications.
Thank you, Board President. We just have the attachment of the letter, the official letter from LACO on written communications for our second interim, agreeing with the district's position.
Are there any questions on the letter? Since we've done public comments, we'll go right into discussion action. And if it's okay with the board, can I do a sweeping motion of all the resolutions? So please wait till I do the motion. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 035-23, 033-23, 034-23, 036-23, 037-23, 038-23, 039-23. Can I get a motion?
I'll motion to approve all the resolutions.
Motion by Board Member Barajas. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Moving right along, the consent calendar, item number 11. All matters under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Do you have any items you'd like to move?
Three gifts and donations from Echo.
Gifts and donations, you want that removed?
Just the one item on Echo back.
That's under 1.3. Superintendent, number 3, gifts and donations.
So item number, okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar, as stated with the exception of item number 1.3, gifts and donations? Motion by Board Member Rivera and seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call vote.
Oh, we moved to the second, okay, sorry. Aye.
Aye. Okay, Board Member Pimentel, you can.
Just point of clarification, for, item 3 was the whole item, or the whole item? There's just one item, personally, of the 5 donations that are on the, there's one from Equifax Research. This is also doing business as, just with some current events recently, going to, meetings with the, people. There was a lot of, community members, not only from, some members from the back community were there, and they did money from Quantico. Obviously, this is going for us. Or just personally, for myself, I don't know with. Also, just, she is aware of it.
Okay, so moving forward, does anybody else have any comments on that? What is that word that's right here?
Is that Aloe Wheel?
Aloe
That's-
That's right.
Comeco's
Comeco's over on,
7.
Comeco's
over
over on Seventh and
Up
Solid,
to, up to 60 freeway.
off the 60 freeway.
Do we make a motion?
So can I have a motion? Okay, what's the motion?
Or may I make a motion? For.
What happens?
If we've already deposited, then we would just reissue them a check. We would just pay them back. We would return the funds.
How much? Okay, can I get a motion? Motion to approve use that fit donation, First Financial Credit Union, Bassett Education Foundation. And,
Can I have a point of clarification, please?
yeah,
It could be a recommendation that that item be pulled from donations and take action without it on donations. You know, like tabling or just completely pulling that one donation out and voting on the rest, and you approve the rest.
You mean tabling?
That one.
Tabling.
Yes, sorry. No, the motion to be, there could be a motion to approve all donations as submitted with the exception of Ecoback and pulling that one, and then you can take an action on it.
You know that by law, they have to give some money to educational, they used to support Don Julian a lot.
I understand that, but again, I'm just thinking from members of the community. No,
CAC?
no, it's actual residents, people.
Or you could actually,
Are
you know
they
what,
gonna donate that
why don't you
money then to-
take a motion to approve them
For the
individually?
staff luncheon?
No, but
That might be
my-
cleaner, so everyone votes their own
my
way.
one individual.
If I could, sorry, Mr. Pimentel, Board Member Pimentel, if I make a suggestion, maybe a vote, a recommendation for each one individually, so everyone's able to vote on each one. That might be a little cleaner.
okay. Motion to approve Ecobat Resources, California, also doing business as Comeco.
Are you asking for a motion?
Are you asking for a motion, or
Can I get a motion?
I move that we accept.
It's, Board Member Rivera,
Uh-huh.
can I get a second? Okay, there is no second, so the motion dies. Motion to approve Shoes That Fit donation. Motion by Board Member Stanzioni, seconded by Baraja, Board Member Baraja, sorry. Okay, all in favor? I mean, roll call?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay, so that's good. First Financial Credit Union, First Financial Credit Union donation. Moved by, Board Member Rivera. And seconded by Stanzioni. I'm sorry, Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion to accept Bassett Education Foundation donation. Can I get a motion? So moved. Member Rivera, second. Bassett Education Foundation. You should have second. Seconded by Board Member Baraja. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Oh, I have Shoes That Fit donation number 2.
Shoes, yeah.
Shoes That Fit donation number 2, can I get a motion? Motion by. Okay, Board Member Rivera and Stanzioni. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Consent. Okay, I'm good. Moving right along, moving on to adjournment. The next regular board meeting will be held May 9th. I have to have the 23rd on here.
No, we'll do it at the next board meeting.
Okay, so next regular board meeting will be May 9th. At this time, can I get a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of April 25th at 10:05? Member Rivera, second? Member Stanzioni? Roll call?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Oh, stay here. Aye. Aye. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all your time. Motion to, I already did the motion.
Okay.
I adjourn the meeting.